Oh, shit. What up, Bashal? What up, MCAB? There we go. So I just discovered a 68% performance boost in Next.js, and it all comes back to this. Read chunk. So it has something to do with this throw down here. Pending, blocked, and halted. Yeah. All 9,482 chunks are thrown because they're in a pending state. So this is the most likely candidate. It's interesting. I don't know if you guys have been watching the perf work going into Next. Thank you, Bashal. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, no problem, dude. It's the least I could do. Boys support boys. Am I right, y'all? And in this sense, boys is gender neutral. All right. Let's see. Oh shit, this is sweet. LSD version has new kind of layer graph, the layer outline graph. Rather than how you built the layer, it focuses on the building blocks and their relationships. That's sick. Makes me want to write some effect. Morning, y'all. Saw your podcast on the Roadmap channel you did 1 year ago and loved it. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Wait, I want to go back and listen to Devil Wears Prada released a new album, and this was their single, and I want to listen to this. Everybody knows. I want to cue this up. We can remove this one. Imagine doing podcasts. That's so 30-year-old of me. Listen, I love just talking to people about the things I love, and doing podcasts has done so much for my network and my personal brand, and it's helped enable me in this this most recent job hunt. Like, I didn't really have to interview at all. Like, my reputation is what got me hired, rather than like having to go through like 8 rounds of interviews. So I'll take any jokes about my age for that. A wild Dylan has appeared 3 days in a row now. I do need to start getting up earlier, but we've been watching another dog that has been like restless in the night, and I've been getting dog water sleep. So I'm gonna keep trying to push my time back down towards 7 a.m. Eastern, but my sleep schedule is certainly screwed up right now. So we're working back down. All right, let's go here. Claude got a little bit too ambitious and tried to. I'm working on installing payload right now, and got too ambitious, or I let it get too ambitious and tried to deploy it to Cloudflare, and I broke everything because it hallucinated. How about 7 CET instead? It's gonna be no for me, dog. Married life is good, Boffy. Your university incident was funny as fuck. Dude, it's wild. I had such a weird university experience. All right. This is looking good. ESMA script. Hate that fucker so much. That's so funny. All right, so we should. Do we have? Let's look at our context quick. All right, we're good. Do we have a command in the root of the repo to run both apps in dev mode? I need to figure out how to remove these MCP servers. Bun run dev, great. Remove these 2 MCP servers from Claude Code. Where's my slash? That's not what I wanted. This is I'm building that. I'm hoping to get through most of what I want to today for rebuilding this site and getting it on a CMS. The Danielle House. Is it Danielle House? Yeah, .org. So we have I rebuilt this partially, which I'll show you. Why is this song overlay broken? Let me check. Should be working. There we go. It's an OBS bug. OBS is just kind of shitty sometimes. Do I have... Okay, good. We had a group assignment to write a project in Vue. I've done all the work. That professor didn't look at them until last week of the semester, and then he made us present them live. I couldn't connect because I was in a war-torn city, and 2G mobile internet wasn't connecting to Google Meet. My teammates got 100. I got a 60 out of 100. Dude, that's so annoying. I think I need to clean my glasses. Dude, Devil Wears Prada has been making bangers since like 2007. I saw Devil Wears Prada in Lancaster, Pennsylvania before they were like a published artist when I was like 13. When will I come to Germany again? I don't know. Maybe my new company has a Germany office. I'm not sure. Or if there's a conference, like a good JavaScript conference to speak at, or web dev conference in general. I do need to brush up on my Go a little bit. In fact, we should have Claude write us a guide. Claude.ai. I haven't written Go professionally since 2018. Please write a comprehensive, in-depth, technical guide for coming back up to speed on everything that has changed with the language, tooling, and ecosystem. I probably do need to learn a little bit of Rust too. I will have the opportunity to write some Rust in C++ if I want to. Ultra, I think. All right, we'll have that cooked. I don't write TypeScript and still I'm watching your stream. If you write some Go, that would be great. I can't share what the new company is for another week or two, but we'll. There are hints out there that I think people could figure it out. Let's see here. All right, we got that over here. Let's kill the dev server. Let's go up and we'll do bun dev. All right, so we should have both payload CMS running. Why? I need to... Thank you for the Prime subscription. Super appreciate your look. Yeah, I left Vercel because I accepted another job offer. I did not leave Vercel without a job lined up. I didn't apply to this job. I was approached by leadership at the company I'm going to in the beginning of October to talk about joining their company. There's definitely the potential for EffectTS at the new job. EffectTS is not ruled out. I have an assumption because of autocomplete. I don't know what autocomplete you saw, but that certainly probably could give it away. I bet Dylan is missing Lee, so he's going to Cursor. I am not going to Cursor. One, I use NeoVim, and I just I've never even used Cursor. And two, I think Cursor's insanely overvalued. And for me to have walked away from the equity I had at Vercel, because I still think Vercel is going to do very good. I'm still bullish on Vercel. I still love the team there and everyone working there. The opportunity I had to... Any opportunity I would have taken to leave Vercel had to be financially worthwhile. Not next week. My start date's November 17th, John. All right, why do we think payload's not loading? Oh, why do we have a double apps directory? Oh, we're gonna fix that. Claude. Yeah. We have double nested apps directories. Please fix that and move the structure up a level. Also, I'm getting a 404 when going to localhost 3001 for payload CMS. Let me open up a new tab here, and we'll get twit running. That way I can see the chat on this screen, and we can bump this over. We'll move this over. Thank you, Josh. I hope it's Nintendo. It's not Nintendo. Brother, we can destroy Nintendo from the inside. You want to destroy Nintendo? Why do you want to destroy Nintendo? What up, Nil? Is this running right now? So I should be able to at least see the actual site here. So if I go to localhost here, yeah, so this is the site. I ported this to from Next.js to Astro yesterday. And now we're working on wiring up like basically all the content to Payload CMS. Dude, this is actually kind of nice. How funny would it be if you joined Cloudflare? Would that be funny? They recently patented spawning a pet thingy like in Pokemon. I don't know what that means. I think this is an AI generated image. I don't love some of this. What game will you play today? I'm probably going to actually play some Baldur's Gate 3 today. Not going to lie. Yeah, sure. How funny. ... Neutral face, neutral face. I hate that I can't. Cat a knot. Let me open this over here. Fast-paced, inspired action roguelike blending. Didn't Hades 2 come out? I know he's joining Cloudflare. I just can't prove it. Image of that guy from Dexter. Bro, how do you not know the guy from Dexter? It's fucking Dokes, bro. Come on now. Dokes. Dexter. Okay, I will say that I watched Dexter came out when I was like in high school. And it was one of my favorite shows. The first 4 seasons are worth your time to watch. They're like some of the best. Well, I wouldn't say some of the best, but they're very entertaining. But after season 4, there was like turnover or like I'm trying to remember the exact situation. I think like one of the head writers wrote and then or left, and then a bunch of the other writers left with him or her, and then the writing for the rest of the seasons just like went so downhill. But I've heard the series that has come out again recently is good again. Yeah, that's what I heard, North Rock. All right, let me get back to what Kraut was showing me. Looks decent. And let me get the other link here. Ammo and oxygen. Oh. I like the art style of this. This one looks... This looks cool. Although I do need to get through Baldur's Gate 3. I am getting ready to start a Dungeons and Dragons campaign with Justine and my childhood best friend, his wife, and some other friends from my childhood. And I need to get like back into the lore. This looks good. I think I could have fun playing this. I do need to play Hades 2, I think. I loved Hades. Hades 2. Yeah, I'll probably end up getting Hades 2 too. I love playing Hades. Sweet. Power Wash Simulator, let's go. All right. Fix both issues, redirects to the admin page. So we should be able to go, we love it. We love to see it. We love to see a crashing Next.js app. Come on, Claude. Get your ish together. We're so close to... Once we get this in like a working state where I can demo it with my buddy, we're going to... I don't know if you guys remember it. I started working on... I have this domain. I think it's on my Vercel account. Mulroy. Wait, it's third party? Who is the registrar for this? Hold on. Who is Mulroy.recipes? Where do I have this? Where... Spaceship? What? I bought that on Spaceship? Oh, bruh. I know my email address. I hope this wasn't with my Vercel email. that would be problematic. Can't share my screen. Could spoil where I'm going to work. Where you're Bitwarden? I migrated off Bitwarden onto 1Password. I'm sorry, but like 1Password's better than Bitwarden. Damon Mulroy. Okay. Trouble with login. I know my username. Manage password. Link is expired. Very good. Very good, everybody. Manage password. Oh, excuse me. I'll blur in just a second, guys. I want to make sure this is where my domain actually is. All right. Proton Pass? Dude, I don't know. I like Justine and I use a family account on 1Password, and we can just share passwords back and forth. It's just so convenient. Oh, for Christ's sake. All right, here we go. Domains. No, I just want my domain. Library. Oh God, I hate this. Dude, I like Launchpad, domain manager. All right. For 62.32. Let's go find the cheapest place I can move this domain to. If I transfer this to Vercel, Mulroy.recipes. All right, you guys just got my address. Okay, great. I want to know the cost. It didn't tell me the cost. I'm gonna tell Reese that. Whoa, don't want to leak my DMs with Reese. Oops. Wait, did I delete that? No, I did. All right, great. All right. Oh, perfect. Anders is here. Anders, there's a I don't see the price when I in the transfer in modal. I see some domains in there with the word Vercel. I'll file a trademark claim. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. You can have this one, buddy. I don't want this one. There's probably a couple of these that I don't actually want. Oh, burrito.finance was great. I vibe coded this on a plane the day Klarna announced that they were doing financing of like DoorDash stuff. It's a little laggy. I haven't quite figured out the performance of generating thousands of emojis on screen at one time. Frame rates, so good, chat. I wonder how long it takes for this to actually get its ish together. Yeah, I'll transfer my domains out. I'll do it. I'll do it, Anders. Actually, the best part is like I'm good friends with the people at our upstream registrar, so I think I'd be okay. Oh, dude, I love Zombie. The cranberries is so good. Did somebody request this, or is this coming from me? Wow, this is actually so bad. What I should do is I should put the calculation of like the falling of like the location of all this stuff in a worker, a service worker, or a worker thread. I forget which one. All right, so we found my domain. How can I test? I think I can see the price for transfers if I go to Vercel API. Using the REST API, domains, endpoints. We just ship new endpoints here. Domains. Get information about a single domain. No, that's not it. Domains registrar. Here we go. Get TLD price data. So let's do this. I think I can copy his curl. Yeah. We'll grab that. We'll come down to Yak. And we'll come over here and we'll import curl. And then I'll go grab my network. Just do something. Projects. Grab one of these. And we'll just grab the cookie. Grab you. Yoink that. We'll come over to Yak. And we'll go into headers. And we'll get rid of that. And we'll put cookie. And we'll put that in there. And we'll do dot. What were we just looking at? Recipes? All right. Transfer price is 70, renewal price is 70. Okay, so it's definitely cheaper to keep it on Spaceship. What did it say my renewal was? Auto renews for 62. Come on, Anders, get that price down. Yeah, Cranberry, yeah, the singer Cranberries died like a year or two ago, I think. In your hand. Let's check pork bun. Transfer. Mulroy.recipes. Add transfer to cart. Mulroy.law. I do not want Mulroy.law. 62.31. That's like this. It's a penny more than Spaceship. Who else has cheap domains? Namecheap. Actually, when is the expiration date on this thing? February 5th. I'm not gonna worry about it for now. We can update the name servers. What do I have in the name servers here for sale? Okay. You should totally get Mulroy.law. Dylan, she died in 2018. It's 7 years ago. Okay, listen, 2018 was like 2 years ago for me, all right? 2018 was the hardest year of my life. That was the year I went through my divorce, I think. Or no, I got married in 2018. So 2019 was the hardest year of my life. All right. I'm done fucking around with domains right now. We at least found it, where it's at. Yeah, just do your thing. Come on now. I was married for less than a year before we separated. I got married in June of 2018, and by October or November of 2018, she had already been having an affair. And we dated for 7 years before we got married, since we were freshmen in college. It's okay, guys. I'm with Justine now. I'm married now. I'm married again to a much better woman. I did level up. Certainly leveled up. This is so funny that Claude's having problems with Next.js right now. The irony. But yeah, we're going, I forgot, we went on that little side quest there on figuring out where my domain was. But we are going to build an app that is mulroy.recipes, and it's going to be for me, my sister, my mom, Justine, my aunt and uncle to use to share recipes. And we're going to build it with LiveStore. And hopefully that might lead us into contributing and working on LiveStore a little bit with Johannes over the next couple of weeks. So that should be pretty fun. We're going to do it so it's like kind of multi-tenant. So like I'll have like dylan.mulroy.recipes, right? That would be my like little subdomain. Like my sister would have Morgan, and Justine would have Justine, and then just like the base would be like a shared hub. So that's what we're going to build, and we're going to build it with LiveStore, which should be fun. LiveStore uses effect under the cover, so we'll get to use effect. Right now, LiveStore deploys to Cloudflare, so we'll probably use Cloudflare. I haven't used Cloudflare at all, given I've been at Vercel for so long, and then my startups before that were all Vercel. And when I was at Formidable, we had a partnership with Vercel. So like I've just been like Next.js and Vercel for so long that I know nothing. But I'm really excited about this because LiveStore is a really, really good example of a project that is built with Effect, but exposed as a async await interface. So like you don't need to know or care that it's Effect under the covers. So everyone using LiveStore just benefits from all the power of Effect without having to actually like use or learn Effect. Like if you come in here, packages, there's probably like a core common source. What do we want to look at here? Sync's probably a good one. Yeah, Effect. It's all Effect under the covers, but then when you go to look at the actual docs and the API exposed, it's not Effect at all. Is there like a getting started here? React Web. Yeah, no Effect. Look at this, no Effect. All right, let me catch up on chat. I can't scroll. Pork Bun is such a weird company. He's as old as a hill. He's your prestigious. Mulroy.lol equal Effect no camel build. I did fall in love with Anders for almost 2 years, and then I divorced him last Friday. Justine is a goddess. We need to get you on Warp. I appreciate the guys at Warp and what they're doing, but I am not going to use Warp Terminal. I'm too bought in to Ghosty and Tmux and all that. Cook.lang? I have not. Recipe markup language? We'll check that out here in a second. How do those subdomains work? Like, do you just need to own malware.recipes? Yeah. Subdomains, you can have up to... is it 66 subdomains? I forget. I used to know this. We talked about this when I was doing my DNS parser. But you can have like a ton of subdomains on a valid domain name. Do you plan on using Cloudflare more for hosting, or what will be your next hosting solution? I don't know what I'm going to do for this. I'm going to do whatever's easiest to host PayloadCMS here. But for LiveStore, I'll probably put it on Cloudflare because it was built around Cloudflare. Like even the getting started, I think had, Wrangler stuff. I think Johannes built part of the sync stuff on top of durable objects. If I had to guess. Yeah, workers package provides a live sourcing provider targeting Cloudflare workers using durable objects and D1. It's funny for even though it's funny for domain search, the way I built the backend architecture for the actual search here, That's a good grab, Anders. I basically built a poor man's durable object in Kubernetes and Amazon. The way the architecture works is WebSockets come in, and then every client shares the same stateful instance. So there's one or two instances running of the search service in the background. And every single client that is using domain search at one time is connected to the same instance, or two, generally one. And as you're typing, every single person's search queries get batched together into a single batch, and they get sent off to our upstream partner together. And that's to manage rate limits with both our upstream partner, and then they also, in certain cases, have to fan out to all the upstream registries. So it's very, very sensitive to load. So there's like a ton of aggressive caching, which enforces the statefulness and batching. I want to use LiveStore, but my use case has a database to be the source of truth. LiveStore persists to, so it persisted D1. So it is persisting to a real database you can get to. I think you can persist it. I don't know what electric SQL is. S2 is cool. And you can build your own sync backend. Like we were going to build a sync backend for Fluid Compute using the library that Malta built. LiveStore was Laravel? No, LiveStore is not Laravel. Correct. In our platform starter kit for Vercel, it's done with. Reese is actually getting ready to. I think Reese is shipping a new platform guide and toolkit like in the next week or two. That would be really good. But can't you set a wildcard domain and have virtually infinite number of subdomains? Yeah, you can. So like Vafi, for a subdomain, for instance, let me go back to Vercel to make this more concrete. Dylan is online. So if I go to my domains here, I could like actually maybe a better example up front is that if I go to manage my domains and I go here and I configure, I can come in here and I can set a, let's just say like foobar baz. And let's say I want to set a txt record on this subdomain. I can just be like Vafi. Add that. And that should percolate pretty quickly. Dig txt plus short foobar baz dot Dylan is dot online Vafi. The world's greatest eventually consistent key value store, DNS TXT records. Yeah, I saw that, John. It's in beta now. Oh, sick. I want to go look at this, actually. Hold on. So that's how you can set, like, basically, subdomain TXT records. Technically, this is a DNS zone. Do you have a personal website, Vafi? Like, I know I'm pretty sure I follow you. You've contributed to my dot files, I think. Sorry to dox you. Whatever, I can, no, I can't redirect like that. We don't have that. I guess I can just like send it to LiveStore. If I do like dig a plus short livestore.dev. So if I grab like one of these, I could come and I could add a subdomain. We'll do an A record, and I can do Vafi, and we'll put that, add that subdomain, and let's see if we get dig a plus short Vafi.Dylan is.online. And now if I go to Vafi.Dylan is.online, that should redirect me to shouldn't that redirect? Is that a DNS redirect? Is LiveStore on Netlify? Netlify might be sponsoring his hosting for free. Yeah, it is on Netlify. So you can kind of see how that would work there. I could also, if I delete that, yeah, the TTL is very short on that. So if I go back to my projects and I go here, domains, I need to delete this. And I add like, add domain vafi.dylan is.online. I can redirect this to, wonder if I can get it in here. GitHub. Why did that redirect to prod? Oh, I have to come in here. I have to do, this is so hacky, but this is how you can do external redirects. You do this. What? Why did that just show me effect.ceo? What if I do livestore.dev? Okay, so there's that. And now I don't own this, right? I can't really do anything with this, but it now creates a record. So I can do an external redirect. So I can do Vafi. Wait, I already have that record. Vafi, edit. I want to redirect, and I can pick livestore.dev. And now if we hit Vafi, this is because I know all the freaking broken hacks of domains ever so. Dude, stop showing broken hacks. Well, we did ship, I'm pretty sure we shipped, well, it might not be public yet, bulk redirects, which, where did Vercel go? So let me delete this stuff. Remove. I don't want to screw Johannes. I don't know where this would be. I can use firewall too to do this. If I go to firewall, I could do, you can technically do redirects in here too. Rule, and we could be like Bothy. Request path. We could do host name, and we could do Bothy dot Dylan is dot online. Then we want to redirect, and we could redirect to https://github.com/ what was your GitHub, Bothy? Did I get that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Didn't we already listen to this? I could come in here and post that. Save rule. So you can technically do a redirect like that, which isn't really well known or advertised, but now I should be able to go to bothy.dylanis online. That's not what I would have expected. No, we don't do demarc by default. Why didn't that work? Where are my rules at? I would have actually expected this to work. Does it really only care about the host name? Anders, this is your, isn't this part of CDN? Isn't this your support zone? Oh my God, why can't I delete this? So maybe I can do this at least. Nope, that doesn't work either. I would have assumed that tried to redirect. All right, I'm gonna try one more thing that's gonna break my actual site. HTTPS github.com/Bothy. Can this not do external redirects? My website should be completely broken right now. Why isn't this working? Is it cached? Cache miss. I'm actually confused why that's not working. I don't have to redeploy. Does it need to have... No. Is it a redirect? There we go. There we go. Okay. So it's because I had the www redirect there. So if we have that, is that gonna work? I don't think that's gonna work. But that should have fixed my site. Right, we should be back. We're so back. And then the rule right now is if I do no cert. I don't know how to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. I tried, everybody. I nerd sniped myself in trying to use hacky redirects on Vercel. We got a raid. What's up? What's up, raiders? Thank you for the raid, Ben. Appreciate you. Thank you, whoever gave a shout out already. We are getting distracted by messing with domains. I am not on track at all for what I'm supposed to be doing. But that's the life of being unemployed. So the thing we are actually working on right now is we are rebuilding this nonprofit website with Astro and PayloadCMS. One of my best friends in real life is on the board of this nonprofit, and the company that's currently managing this website is hosing them and like charging them like $1,100 a year for hosting and $75 an hour for updates, which is crazy. So we're working on moving this to a new site that is driven by a CMS and free. So we're doing that while I'm unemployed, which I start my new job on November 17th. And we just went on a side quest of playing with domains and DNS. So we should have, let's go ahead and restart the dev server. Oh, anyway. Yeah, I left Vercel on Friday. Last Friday was my last day at Vercel after almost 2 years. All right, why did that fail? Package.json, dev web, apps. I think this thing might have nuked. I don't think it's fixed. So we got to wait till next week to hear the new company is. When can I say what the new company is? 1, 2. I can say on the 7th publicly what I can verbally say on the 7th what it is, but if you guys just saw my calendar, you might have figured it out just there. Hey, I don't care. I'm not the one that cares. I'm not deleting the VOD. But yeah, that's where I'm going, and I'm very excited about it. So John, your Dexter meme was on point earlier. I just didn't acknowledge it. My friends. I want to move. Let me check my context window here. All right, we're still okay. Move the entry point for payload CMS to. I see nothing. That's all right. I'm just, yeah, for reasons I'm not allowed to verbally say that till the 7th. Move the entry point for payload CMS to apps and nest. It is, yeah. I'll be fully remote. I wouldn't accept a role that I wasn't remote. Yeah, I loved my job at Vercel. I loved working at Vercel. I think Vercel is still going to do excellent. I deeply respect all of the engineers there. I think they'll probably continue to grow as a company and do really successful shit, and hopefully IPO. And yeah, I have no ill will against Vercel. I zoomed in the replay. It's pretty funny. And Nest our Astro app under, what do I want to call this? What do we want to call this? Site. Let's say Astro site. Yeah, I left Vercel on Friday. And now I start the new gig November 17th. Move the entry point for payload CMS to /apps. And we really want to put this /app/payload CMS. Well, yesterday Wrangler auto completed. I was like, oh. I have unlimited PTO at the next company still. I normally work through the holidays though. Although I might go deer hunting. I might fly up to Pennsylvania and go deer hunting this year. All right. I want to see Cook Lang. I want to save this because this actually looks pretty interesting. I'm about to have to go have a word with Winnie for barking. I'm going to have to. Hey! What the hell are you doing? Knock it off. Hey! No. 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 Is there somebody at my front door? Somebody did ring the front door. 1 second. Guys, Baxter, knock it off, dude. Stop. Speaking of the new gig chat, the laptop just got here. So I gotta get this up. Oh, hello. The box is not for you, Winnie. What the data dog doing? Unboxing time? No, not unboxing time. It's a MacBook. What did I get? M4 14. I think it's an M4. Maybe it is an M5. I don't know. I forget. All right, let's see if this worked here. Let's quit and up a directory. Let's cat package JSON. And let's see if we can just bun run dev. Bun. It's actually, yeah, let's see. Still doesn't fucking work. Why is it not working? So if I do bun dev web, does this run the Astro app? It does not. To Astro site, bun run dev. Oh, because it's probably, I actually don't know why this isn't working. Astro site, package, dev Astro. If I change into app/Astro site and we do bun dev, Astro command not found. Do I not? I probably have to bun add dash these nuts Astro. Can you dash? What is the dash F? Should add both folders into our workspaces. I have workspaces set up down here. Oh, wait. No, I do. In the root, I have workspaces, apps, and it should be packages /star. Bun help. Bun run dash f help. Dash F. Where's dash F? Filter. Okay. One more question, and then I gotta get back to work. Any specific reasons for PayloadCMS? It just seemed like the easiest one and the one that had the best documentation that I found quickly. I couldn't figure out how to do redirects properly with firewall on Vercel, but it's fine. Because you're not really supposed to use it for that anyways. Is there docs? There's a tree sitter plugin for Cooklang. That's incredible. Is there a formal grammar? Cooklang specification. No, I just want the grammar, dude. I mean, I'm sure the grammar, we can probably find it in Rust pretty easily. Oh, this is pretty active too. Source parser, lexer. The lexer is going to break it into tokens. Parser, model. We could fuck around with this. It's interesting. I literally just want like playground. This is what I want, basically. Or I actually just want like the formal. Like the grammar of the language. Whatever. I'm getting ahead of myself. We still got to fix this Danielle House stuff. If we go back up to the root, so I should be able to do this, and I should be able to dash F Astro site, or I guess this would be payload CMS, right? So if I do bun dev CMS, so I have to be in quotes. No packages match the filter. So I have to be apps. Maybe it has to be after run. It could be that the actual package JSON. Yeah, that's probably the problem. If I do bun run dash F, and then I do this dev, there we go. It's this value. Oh. I can't wait to open so many tickets for you, Anders. I'm going to be in all of your Salesforce cases. All right, so then the other one is Astro site, probably the same thing. Yeah. We can come up here, and do the same thing. This would be -F, paste that in there, and we can do this is gonna have to be that, and we'll put that there, and then we'll do the same thing. Yank to that, yank to dash, nope, just do it the easy way. That right there, give that the space. We can quit this. Wait. I screwed that up. This goes here. And we can get rid of the CD. And we can delete to the B. And then we'll do the same thing. Find B. To delete. I screwed up this command. Delete that, and then this becomes paste there. And over here, delete that. And we can delete this extra space here, and that should be the right commands. Bug DNS. It's always DNS. All right, so let's try bun dev web. All right, so that should be live here if we refresh now. Great, that works. And if we do bun dev CMS, we should have this working now. Fucking Next.js. Excellent. Very good. I think I need to install the Playwright. I've heard the Playwright MCP server is really good. Playwright MCP. All right, let's at least add a redirect. I thought we already added this redirect earlier. Server. So this should be redirecting to get payload. And this returns a promise of payload. Payload has base payload auth. All right, so that doesn't have that on that. Console.log, and we'll just stringify this. Payload, which it should be just what we were just looking at, right? So we should be able to actually go back to that base payload thing. Auth strategies. Fucking Next.js and Back in Black playing the background. It's a vibe. All right, so we can at least do, can this take a full path? We can do in here, we can do payload dot get admin URL. We can do that. That's not a promise. Built-in middleware. Maybe that's the issue. Sure. Let's try rerunning. What's interesting is I don't see these logs coming up. I don't think that gets used anywhere. This server, I don't think this is being used anywhere. Like if I change this to 2, yeah, it's not even using this at all. Okay. So this is a Next.js app, and I just want to do a redirect. I actually don't even know how to do that off the top of my head. Because I secretly have loved Svelte and Svelte Kit. And I haven't just publicly said that, except on stream. What version are we on here? Let's just get to the... I mean, package. Let's come over here. Claude. Next.js 15 redirects. I just want like an actual route. All right, that's what I want. Let's just upgrade this to, we'll have Claude, upgrade payload CMS project next version to next 16. And we'll, is there a migration guide here? Installation. So our migration guides, migrating, migrating. App router. No, this is not what I wanted. And add a redirect. So we want to delete that. That server is doing nothing. Like we can get rid of, I don't know why Express is here. Remove Express and server.ts. What else is stupid over there? We don't need you, we don't need you, we don't need you. I don't know if we need sharp or not. We'll keep sharp for now. That's fine. And we can just, yeah, we'll add a redirect. //to/admin. What up, Pick? Does that mean you stream longer now? Yeah, for the next couple of weeks. I start my new gig the 17th. But I'm trying to start streaming regularly again. Like the past 2 months, from like August 10th to the beginning of October, I was just working like 14-hour days, 7 days a week on like getting domain stuff shipped. And I stopped streaming to use that time to ship. And I am going back to trying to stream in the mornings. And once I start my new gig, I will be hopefully continuing to stream in the mornings. And I'll have more of a chance to work on open source at the new gig than I did at the old one. I can say on the 7th, but people in chat already figured it out. So you could ask chat. Anduril. I could go to Anduril and write Haskell. I already had my top secret security clearance pick, so I'd have to wait at least 361 days ish until I could get my security clearance again. What's that supposed to mean, Pick? What gave you that vibe, dog? It's Cloudflare, but nobody is snitching. Well, yeah, I was DoD. I worked for primarily. I was at a defense contractor, a tiny defense contractor called Visionist Inc. for 3.5 years, and I primarily did work for NSA, but I also did some stuff for FBI, CIA, a little bit of partnership work with DIA, a little bit of stuff with the National Security Council at the White House, but mostly NSA. I love this job. This job was amazing. I was a DEI hire, yeah. I didn't stay long enough with an IRS to get the lowest clearance. Are you in Maryland, Pick? Were you in like if you were at the IRS, their headquarters is in what the fuck is that town? It's in Maryland, outside of Crofton. You worked with people in DC? Nice. The IRS headquarters is wild looking. Where's it at? Hey, I've been in those buildings. I used to work in this building. I did, sat in that building for like 8 months. I also spent some time in this building. This parking lot is the worst parking lot in the entire fucking world. I hate it. It can go to hell. There's not enough parking. They tried to put a parking structure up, dude. They tried to build a parking. I bet this is somewhere. Fort Meade parking structure. This was such a debacle. they tried to install a parking structure that was like not permanent, and it was like a 1.5 year long project, and it fucking failed. Oh, dude, it was a spicy topic. What is happening here? Can we... Yeah, what? I don't know what's happening. No, when PayloadCMS adds full next 16... Oh. Well, roll back to the highest version of next 15. And fix the build to be normal. I don't know. Yeah, honestly, pick. All right, let's pull up the PayloadCMS docs. I can also like, I don't know. It's just like straight up playing my liked songs. That's fine. Throat Goat. Classic. It's everywhere I look, chat. It's everywhere I look. I can't escape it. Nah, I was never in Virginia. I lived in Maryland most of that time, but I moved to Raleigh, North Carolina, like 3.5 years ago now, 2021, I think. Actually, I love North Carolina, dude. North Carolina is great, except for their employment labor laws kind of suck. I've learned. No, I actually have I have pretty good taxes in North Carolina. NC tax rates. Flat 4.5 compared to Maryland, which is like I was living Columbia, Maryland tax rate. Income. Yeah, but that doesn't include federal taxes. That's just state taxes. Columbia, Maryland had high taxes. North Carolina has relatively low taxes. My total tax rate, that's hard to say because like we have I forget what the right name, like laddered taxes. So like the first 0 to 10,000 is like tax free, and then the next portion, so like you have to like average it out. Federal tax rates. Most Americans don't understand how this works because they're fucking idiots. There is no, for any American in the chat that feels like they understand taxes, there is no situation, it's literally not possible, where you get a raise at work and make less money because of taxes. That is not how it works. And if you think that, you're a fucking idiot. So many people think that's true. It's not true. So like your first $0 to $11,600 is taxed at 10%. Then from 11,000 to 47,000, that's taxed at 12%. And then from 47,000 to 100,000, that's taxed at 22%. And then from 100,000 to 191,000, that's taxed at 24%. And then 191 to 243, that's taxed at 32, so on and so forth. So you have to basically like kind of like average that out to figure out what your marginal tax rate is. Then you have to play the game of write-offs on driving that down and blah, 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 blah. It's so stupid. But yeah, Americans don't understand that. And I've literally had friends from my hometown who have turned down job offers and promotions because they're like, oh, it's going to bump me into the next tax bracket and I'm going to make less money. I'm like, you idiot. You are so stupid. All right, are we cooking now? Are we good? Let's see here. All right, we're running on localhost 3001. Let's delete that. We refresh. This should redirect us to admin from that next config. Yeah, it did. We can see that pushed us. All right, so we're getting an error. Let's go ahead and I want to see if that MCP server got added. All right, so play rate's good. Great. Use the playwright. Throat go, baby. See how good this is. My latest raise at work cost me $6K tax-wise. Yeah, I don't know how other countries' taxes work, so I can't speak about that, but I can speak about American taxes. Bro, just cook. All right, well, this thing's cooking and debugging CMS because I don't want to deal with it. We're going to scroll Twitter and domain unc can no longer fix domain. Please forward all domain unc inquiries to at Anders. Please and thank you. This is just PayloadCMS's admin console. It's Next.js. Anders the domain unc. I should probably not open my DMs either publicly, huh? Probably stuff in there I shouldn't show. Nothing like a dick in a six-pack. Am I right, boys? Personally pay 6% with this setup. I can't earn more than 2 mil rube a year. So like less than that transfer rate is insane, John. This woke culture trying to insinuate it's gay to just suck off your best friend. Tell you what, we've lost a chat. This is actually a really well written song and choreographed song. I'm not even mad about it. The best thing is that my boyfriend asked me to request it. Nice. Ooh, chat. We're gonna. Oh, dude. Sam and Kit together is gonna be amazing energy. I'm gonna be hanging out with them later today. Register. I'm unemployed. So I can't say I used it at work. I have used it at work. Where's the one today? Oh, right here. Here's today's. So we'll grab today's. So give him a retweet. I love Milky, dude. I want to try to hire Milky onto my new team at some point. And I want to do office hours with Milky. I think that would be so fun. I gotta talk him into letting me hire him. Javi's the GOAT. If you guys don't follow Javi on Twitter, he is one of the OG engineers at Vercel. And he is fucking incredible. I have so much respect for Javi. Speaking of effect, how did you make domains fast? Yeah, I can talk about domain stuff while this thing is cooking. I never ended up getting to do my blog post on it, so let's talk about it. So, we built domains end-to-end with effect. We used effect Atom on the front end with Next.js, and then effect on the back end. We used an RPC client, which if I just come in here and we do network, we used RPC over WebSocket. So you'll see when I start typing, it already made the connection, so let me refresh. So here we get the socket, and you can see these messages go back and forth. Let me just clear these, and let's say I type in foobar baz. You can see it's requesting here, right? Payload, domain names. It basically requested foobar, which is my search query, for essentially all of the TLDs that are visible on screen. So we have a stateful server running, obviously because it's WebSockets, and the batch of domains, comes in, and up front it checks an in-memory LRU cache for cache results. If that's a cache miss, it checks Redis for cache results, and if that's a miss, it ends up getting batched into this thing we call a partitioned data loader. And we have two partitioned data loaders. The first one only has one partition. So every user using the app that has cache misses on both the LRU and Redis hit that's the vibes of the stream, John. The batches get put into this data loader, and the first data loader is our root zone checker. So the root zone checker is basically a Bloom filter that has most known registered domains. So you can get IANA root zone database. You can pull data from this database once a day. So for basically every TLD, you can request all of the registered root DNS zones, which is essentially a alias for registered domains for that TLD. So basically once a day, for every TLD, all the root DNS zones per TLD get loaded into a Bloom filter. So as multiple users are typing and using the app, and they're having cache misses both in memory and from Redis, their requests are getting grouped together in the same stateful server into a batch of 250 to 500. And that fires off every 20 milliseconds, or when the size of the batch hits 250, I think. So once 250 searches globally across all users gets filled up, or the timeout 20 milliseconds happens, we check those domains against the Bloom filter. And when we get the results back, we basically quickly loop over the results, and we send back across the WebSocket for each user the result for their domain, whether it's available, right? So the root zone check just says, this is definitely not available, or maybe it is available. because Bloom filters are probabilistic data structures. Next, we go from there, right? Because like we have to check the availability, right? But we also have to check like premium status. So I'm sure there's like some premium foo bars in here. Maybe not. How about foo? Yeah. So checking premiums is more of a pain in the ass. But we have a SQLite database that we pull to the server, and that gets refreshed every day. For a pretty good handful of TLDs, we know every premium domain and its price. And so that gets put into the SQLite database. And so we hit the root zone filter, we immediately send back availability status. And then if a TLD can be premium, we move to the next step. First, we check if we have knowledge for that TLD in our SQLite database. So like, is it a TLD that we know all the premium domains and their prices for? If it is, we obviously batch again up into groups and we hit the SQLite database. And because that's in memory, it's like nanoseconds. So then we get premium status and the price, and we can send that back to all connected users that care about the domains in that batch. If a TLD can be premium, but it's not in our SQLite database, that's when we have to make a upstream request to our partner for premium data. And this endpoint in particular is sensitive because it's checking live data. Our upstream partner, who's name.com, their endpoint in and of itself isn't like super sensitive to load. It's the fact that when you hit them, they have to fan out and make requests to all the upstream TLD registries. So like, let's say you send a batch of 50 domains to name.com to check for premium. They then have to take each of those 50 domains, and for all of the distinct TLDs, they have to fan out and send requests to the individual TLD registries. And the thing about TLD registries, chat, is that the majority of TLD registries are built on like technologies from the 90s and like early 2000s, and it does not scale well. So like that upstream connection is very sensitive to load. So that's why we have to be so aggressive on the Vercel side for caching. The other consequence of sending these requests to get checked, like fanned out live stream, is like if you have a batch of 50 domains and it has a bunch of different TLDs in that batch, the response time to Vercel will be as slow as the slowest upstream registry. So like if you come scroll to the bottom of this list, there's like, you see how that's still loading? So this, I don't even know how to say that. Like this .cm resolved really slow. So if you have like foo.cm in a list with all these ones that resolve really quickly up front, you have to pay the price for all of them for the slowest one. So you would have to wait for .cm to resolve for the other ones to resolve back to Vercel. So what we do is we run these things called partition data loaders. So when you're having to check premium status upstream, we have like 12 partitions or so that all have their own batches of 50. And the partitions are grouped by registry operator. So registry operators basically run like .cm, .li, .ca. They like manage the infrastructure. So we group like, let's just say like GoDaddy manages .cm, .ch, .cl, .cx. We group all of those into a partition, and that fires off every 20 milliseconds or until that batch gets 50. And remember, these batches are shared across all users using the app at the same time. So then we guarantee that all slow TLDs are batched together, all fast TLDs are batched together. That way we get like relatively deterministic response times for a given TLD. So that data ends up coming back and we send it back. And then we cache basically everything. We have a LRU cache in the browser. So like everything you've already typed is in like a cache and local storage. We cache in Redis based on a bunch of different criteria. So in Redis, we set if a domain is 6 characters or less, we will cache it forever. We don't put a TTL on it. And we just keep it there forever. We also store in Redis 2 stale while revalidate timestamps. So when you do have a cache hit, the first thing the server does is it looks at the 2 stale while revalidates timestamps, which is availability and premium status. And if those timestamps are expired, we'll optimistically send the stale data to the UI, but then we'll also do requests in the back end to refresh that data and then send the fresh data to the front end. Yeah, it's super cool. All right, let me catch up on chat because I just yapped forever there. And everyone's calling me senior yap engineer. I deserve that. Is the backend server Next.js? No, the backend server runs on Kubernetes and AWS. And in fact, it's kind of like a poor man's durable object. In-memory SQLite meaning it lives where Next.js lives. Yeah, so not where Next.js lives in this case, but when our Kubernetes pods spin up on deployment, we pull a SQLite database from S3 into the pod. In fact, that might even happen at the Docker image creation time. I can't remember. But yeah, SQLite, on disk SQLite is actually an amazing alternative to Redis. Like, you can get nanosecond level cache hits and checks. It's written in Node.js. We had to push Node.js to its very limits. Like, we're doing like resource pooling. So like, for anyone that doesn't know what resource pooling is, when the server starts up, we pre-allocate a bunch of arrays and maps, and then in the rest of the server, anytime we need an array or a map, we try to pull one from the resource pool, so we don't have to constantly be running garbage collection. One of the things we got hit with up front was a lot of like CPU throttling because the garbage collector was constantly, like, if you think about, like, even for a single user, you can probably get like pretty quickly here, like requesting like 500 domains a second ish, and now scale that across all users, and you have to loop through all that, and like naively you could be allocating a lot of arrays and structures there. So we had to be really smart about memory usage and not allocating as much as possible, and I finally tuned it in to have like pretty good numbers on the resource pools, and like we basically like have a flat line on garbage collection now. Yeah, we basically made like an arena allocator in JavaScript. Gman, we don't run into concurrency issues with SQLite because it's a read-only SQLite. Overnight, every day, we have a cron job that actually runs twice a day. I think it runs at 12 a.m. Pacific and 12 p.m. Pacific. It goes out and fetches all the new premium data and rewrites the SQLite database, and then it does an atomic swap on the service. So it's never writing. We don't have to worry about concurrency there. If I would have stuck around longer, I was going to explore using Lightstream. I explored using Terso a little bit. and it wasn't quite where I wanted it or needed it to be, but I was going to look into using Lightstream to basically sync SQLite, but it works how it is. Yeah, it was really cool. Like I definitely like. It was the first time I've ever really had to think about managing memory and the garbage collector in Node.js. I've never had to use resource pooling. Like I've written some Go stuff where I had to use resource pooling. Um, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. The other thing is like we have this concept of, you can see it in here. Where's the responses? So you can see that like right here, this is like one of our SWR timestamps, right? So when we have a cache hit on the server, it checks this timestamp, and once this timestamp expires, which like what is that? New date. What is that? October 29th at, it's probably 4 hours from that timestamp. So like 4 hours from now, it'll see this timestamp is stale, and then it will refresh in the back end. But you see this like terminal status. Terminal means that like this is a final result. There will be some instances, like if I can get it here, some of these will probably come across as non-terminal. Maybe. Probably. Let me do something like this. Non-terminal. That means that there's more data going. So this probably means we hit that Bloom filter, and .ac can be a premium. It can be a premium domain. So it's going to keep going and fall back down to that next level of checking, either SQLite or going upstream. Yeah, right here. Then we got our, where's the terminal version of this? Yeah, right there's the terminal one. So we ended up checking everything. It makes sense that we would, yeah. Honestly, at that point, why not use a manually managed memory? Like, yeah, I mean, this service really has no business being in Node.js. Candidly, like it should be Go. Like Go would handle this perfectly, and Go is like optimized for like this exact kind of use case. But we build our control plane and services in Node.js at Vercel. So that's what we had to build in. And it was fun. It was a tough engineering challenge to get it this performant. Like really. Like it genuinely, like it's crazy how fast it feels to use. Like I still surprise myself at how fast it is. Yeah, but you still pay serialization costs pick, and the FFI can't do async, and there's not like anything particularly CPU bound here. Most of it is IO bound. It's just that like because there's so many requests coming in, it's very easy to allocate a bunch of arrays and maps. So that's the thing you have to be careful with. And because of the way the garbage collector works with like V8, that's, and being single threaded also, obviously. I'm not sure if I can write the article anymore since I'm not employed at Vercel anymore. But I should try to get the team to rate it. Yeah, exactly, Pick. It's like, how many layers of caching is it? So you got the LRU cache in the browser. You have the LRU in-memory cache on the pod. You have Redis, and then you have a Bloom filter, and then you have a SQLite database. So it's like 5 layers of caching. I'll ghostwrite it. Let's go, chat. All right. We're just gonna do foo bar baz 69. Foo bar baz 69. Playwright server worked out pretty well here. Let's say admin. Foo bar baz 69. All right, great. Collections, users, posts, pages, posts. Let's just try creating a new post. Foo bar baz. Today. Updates. So theoretically, that should push that. Am I running both right now? Let's go ahead and do bun dev. Oh. I don't know why that didn't kill the server, but we can fix that. All right. Okay. Do I have port kill installed? No, I don't. I should do that. Unemployed Dylan means I get to watch him. Let's go. We love unemployed Dylan. All right. Bun dev. All right. So we should be on 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. News. Let's go. That's not right, but we can fix that. We at least got that made. I don't mean to pry. Have you spoken about leaving Vercel yet, or is that... I don't know what IXNA means. We talked about it earlier, and chat figured out where I'm going. So chat can share where I'm leaving to. I did not ship that bug. It's not Netlify, I can tell you that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Very excited. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and have... we'll have the MCP server do this again. Let's go ahead and clear... JSON is rendering like on I am still using the Voyager. That's what I'm going to be working on, Sentient. I'm going to be working with the outer base guys. So they got acquired recently. And shame you couldn't go for the best and biggest tech out there. And they've been cooking like a whole lot. They've been working with like they shipped. I don't know if you guys follow Nanda, but I actually worked with Nanda at Vercel. He was on my original team. Y'all should follow Nanda. He actually wrote this really good build your own database article. This is insanely good, and everybody should read this. Like, if you've ever read like Sam Rose's blog posts, like this basically teaches you how LSM trees work and how to implement like a key value database from scratch. Nanda's super talented. But Nanda and the Outer Base guys built like this site, like the rebrand and all this stuff. And then they also did, what is it? Containers. And they've been doing a lot of work on the dashboard. This isn't it. I don't know what the URL is. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, right, Sandbox. Someone reached out to me internally yesterday and told me Dylan is no longer at the company. Can't believe you didn't know that, Anders. So they built this site too. So I'm very excited to get cooking with them. I want that handle so bad. Yeah, I saw the Lando website. It was sick. To do properly render lexical content. That would explain why it wasn't working. All right, so let's go back here now, and let's hit this with the. I bet it crashed. Oh, I just didn't run the dev server. Great. Look at that, chat. That's perfect. Okay, so then let's have it. Let's clear the context. Update our Astro site and payload CMS integration to drive the content of the Astro site from site from payload CMS. Migrate the existing content to payload. All right. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to stream to. I'd like to get this to a point where basically after I get this done, once the content like over here is driven by CMS, I will probably stop working on this until I have a chance to sync up with my buddy that I'm building this for and figure out like more of what they want and what they need. And then I'll probably just work on this in my free time. And we're going to switch over to building the recipe app with Live Store. I love this song. I've been fighting Sentry for multiple hours. I've never really used Sentry before. Use existing pages collections with flexible content blocks, most flexible for rewarding, but more complex data structure. Create team members, services, testimonial collections. Use globals for pages. Pages for simple content. Yeah, we'll do that. How should we migrate the existing? Yeah, you can do that. Problem is that it wasn't set up, so I set it up and now I'm trying to connect it to Next. Yo, Kramer's got some hot takes on Twitter. I dig them. If you guys don't follow Sam Rose, do it immediately. Sam is one of the greatest teachers and illustrators of our time. And if you haven't read his blog posts, they are like the best, bar none. Like Bloom filters, like you guys heard me talking about Bloom filters earlier to power domain search. Like this will teach you how to do it. Bloom filters are awesome. How do you typically track bugs or issues client side? Asking because you said you've never used Sentry. I typically use Sentry or Datadog at well, at Vercel, we just had Vercel Analytics and observability, so that's how I was doing that there. But we also used Sentry. I just never really dealt with it. Most of my time at Vercel, I was doing backend stuff. But I'd be inclined to probably use something like Sentry, or if I could like export open telemetry traces from the front end to like Axiom or Datadog. I really, really like Axiom for open telemetry and logs. They're really good. Axiom's really good. And they have a really good free tier. Highly recommend them. I exclusively shipped bugs for Anders. That was my whole job. I know a guy working at Axiom. Yeah, I know a couple people at Axiom too. How dare you, Anders? I left you. Let's get this clear. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. That's right. John's my boy. Anders couldn't leave because he's busy fixing the dude. He's texting me now asking how to fix bugs. He's texting me support tickets and then asking how to fix them. That's what I'm texting. Where do I send my invoice, Anders? It's your job, homie. What's up, Robin? I'm the unemployed one. I actually filed for unemployment for the first time in my entire life a couple days ago and finalized it yesterday. I think I get a crisp $450 a week. Oh, come on, Claude. I want to go build something real and not a CMS. I guess I can probably read this guide that we got cooked up for us here. Did this not finish? Here it is. The Go Renaissance, your guide to 7 years of Go evolution. Subhead is a full-time European. Basically, yes. All right, let's see how good this guide is. Can I All right. Yeah, go generics. I don't think I'll have a hard time figuring out generics. It's just syntax. Max funcs takes a t that t constraints dot ordered, where t is constrained, two types supporting comparison operators. A and B are both t's. It returns a t. Yeah, type of stack can be any. Great. I'm assuming any is literally just like a generic type t without a constraint. Oh no, it's like literally two new pre-declared identifiers, simplified generic code. The any keyword replaces. Imagine that. Yep. Okay. Yep. Type constraints use interfaces with new capabilities. Interface can now embed type unions using the pipe operator. Type numeric. It can be an int, an int64, float 32, float 64. I assume you have to probably cast it at some point. Enables approximation constraints, matching a type and all types with the same underlying type. This means int matches both int. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Slices, great. That's nice. Yeah. I know they got iterators too, right? I remember watching Prime do iterators. Okay. Yep. Error wrapping, nice. I always wanted error wrapping when I was writing Go. They were talking about this. I went to GopherCon in San Diego in 2017-ish or 2018, somewhere in there. And they were talking about this proposal. Same release introduced. And here it says, yep. Unsafe for lower level programming. So we can do pointers. Okay. I don't know if that's really a bug. It's just like scoping. JavaScript has this problem too. It's just closures. Range over integers. I thought Go had ranges when I was still writing it. Oh yeah, iterators. Functions matching can now be range targets, enabling custom iteration with the new. I remember this looking gnarly when Prime was doing it. What up, Garing? To create runtime packets of vanilla paniver, trying to recover never returns nil. Great. Great. Extend slice array from pointers, increase an array of values directly. I don't understand that syntax. I don't know what this parenthesis s is. Language server, great. Modules had just been introduced the last time I was writing Go. And not the last time, but when I was working full-time in Go. I wrote the serverless Terraform module with Go when I was at Formidable. I'll have to read more on that. Native fuzzing. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's sick. That's a great feature. Go vuln checks. Yeah. That's nice. I need to figure out how to use pprof better. Pigo emerges protection feature. Pigo. Okay. Log, slog. Oh, that's cool. Structured logging. That's nice. Enhanced HTTP routing. Nice. Yeah, I knew they redesigned the garbage collector. What else here? There's a, I think the Unkey team put out a web framework that I am really interested in. Go. Unkey Go web framework. Zen. Yeah. This looks really good. The Zen philosophy: simplicity, clarity, efficiency. Sessions encapsulate an HTTP request and request context. So this is just like the request context. Build out routes. Like this looks really good. Middleware looks good. They have tagged errors, which is sick. This fault library, we use a custom fault package. I dig the fault package. Like I will probably, they should pull that out and publish it as its own. Like this is a really nice API. Like this error handling looks so good. All right, so this should be working now. Let's see if this is still running. We'll restart the server just to make sure. Oh. That looks good. All right, let's hop over to the admin panel. And we should be able to go to admin. Come on, next. Oh, it takes so long to compile. All right, there we go. Can I rename this? And is that rendering correctly is now the question. All right. This all looks like it worked, and it should be being driven by, oh, that's broken styling. Should be being driven by the content editor. So if we if we say the Anders house, we should be able to save that, and we should be able to come over here, the Anders house. Boom. And now that should be back. I can close these. Close that. Close that. Okay, that looks good. And home light comfort. Safe, welcoming home. It's probably that. Or home light comfort. Yeah, okay, that's how that's. I don't know. Like, can I add any arbitrary thing to this? Is this editable? I don't think I can edit this. It must have made its own thing. Let's go check this script. Oh, that's fine. I want to look for the thing where we made mission. All right, so did we create like a custom thing here? Update global. I think I can just put arbitrary data into this thing. Payload collections pages, our story. Version is missing. Well, it worked. Whatever. That seems fine. So let's check that this got the other pages. All right, so we have some stuff there. All right, that looks good. Then we have this. Good. This is looking pretty good, chat. All right, well, I want to fix this yet. And then we will switch over. I'm going to take a quick break and make another coffee and let the dogs out. And then we will switch to working on the recipe app. I'm using Zap. So this seems okay. We can probably delete this. We'll hold on to that for now. Global's homepage. We can probably build a bunch of custom tooling too to help them do some of this. And we'll say on the, grab this, on, the hell are we listening to? It's rendering this. Fix it. This is peak, don't worry. What's up, Sally? How's the new gig going? I remember, like, I feel like the last you were on stream that I can remember, you were talking about getting a new job. Live store. Okay, that hits. Dude, I have a pimple on my chin right here and it hurts so bad. Does anyone know what this tool is? TID? Excellent logo. Makes copies of repositories. dgit. What's another good language after JS, PHP? Yeah, Golang's pretty good. I would learn whatever you find most interesting. Okay, so that's what that does. Oh, we're gonna get to do some data modeling up front. I'm excited about that. I do want to take some time. I might go through Rustlings again because I know that there is a lot of Rust at my new employer. So we might go through Rustlings again. It's been like a year since I have written any Rust. So maybe one morning we'll go through that. Go that again. Yeah, I'll get my tube socks and cat ears and foxtail on. Oh, I love this song. What up, K? KV? Key value? Oh, you know Bashal. You already know, fam. I have my MacBook. I've always had my MacBook off to the right on a stand, but I have one 32-inch in front of me. Yeah, Astro seems pretty good so far. Some bullet for my Valentine. Let's go. Dude, this... I have no idea the code this thing is writing at this point. Data model. How do you decide... I think I need to read this more. All right. So how live store works. Let's start with this. Can I collapse this? I can't. So we have this container. It's a client. So this will be our web app. We have a React app that commits events to an event log, and it materializes into a local SQLite database. Okay, that makes sense. I'm assuming this SQLite database is in the browser. It pushes to a backend, and it syncs it to, this will probably be another SQLite database, it'll probably be R1. Is that R1 or is it D2? I never remembered the Cloudflare stuff. But push to sync handler. Yeah. Okay, that looks good. Local reactive. Yep. Yep. Data changes. Yep. Sub-millisecond queries. Yep. User interactions with the application generated events. That looks good. Commit event is atomically persisted to local event log and immediately materialize a state into the SQLite database. Okay. Ah, that's smart. That's clever. Building it like Git. Probably have to do like rebases or merge conflicts, I would think. Conflict resolution. When concurrent operations from different clients lead to conflict, last right win strategy. However, okay, that's fine. None of this is going to be a problem for the app we're building. I think a lot of apps can be modeled this way. This is how I've always modeled a lot of apps. You have an existing, sure. Your app data is highly connected across users. You read-write model separation. I think you could get around this. I think especially if you're hosting LiveStore on workers, you could probably stick a durable object somewhere in this and get around this pretty easy. Ooh, that would be fun to build. Compaction. Could build an LSM for LiveStore. That could be fun. Okay, allegedly Claude fixed this. Do we believe it? Boom, it did. Some of these should be... I want to see what this looks like in the Global's homepage pages, our story. It didn't render... It didn't render the heading correctly. The heading are not working. It's the same font size in stories. Damn, that was close. Let's jump over and look at Astro site, source, pages, our story. What does this actually end up looking like here? So wrote a bunch of random ass converters here. Oh, very good. Jesus Christ. Don't use deprecated APIs from lexical editor. I'm just going to quit out of that. And try to use best practices for payload CMS and Astro rendering. We have access to Astro/React if you need it, but prefer Astro components. All right. We'll keep reading live source stuff. Let's go embrace and build on top of effect. Let's go. All right, concepts. I feel pretty good about most of this. Events will be synced across clients. Yep. Events.synced. Okay. Schema evolution. Event definitions can't be removed after they were added to your app. Event schema definitions can be evolved as long as the changes are forward compatible. It means data encoded with the old schema can be decoded with the new schema. Yeah. Okay. The dev tools for this are really good. So live store is like a mix of a kind of local first tool, but also a sync engine. You have a SQLite database in your, the hell is happening over here? What is this thing doing? Good God. Whatever. You have a SQLite database in your browser and you write events to it. And the events get synced to a backend server. In our case, it will be a Cloudflare worker. And before you can push your data, you have to pool, just like Git, right? Like you can think about like you would get a merge conflict potentially if you didn't do that. So it's synced like across the network somewhere in a data store, and then it basically uses CQRS, which is command query responsibility. So you model your app into a set of events, so things that can happen, and then queries, which is like data you want to display or show in the app, and you read it from this event log. All right, let's see if this thing actually cooked. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty good. So do we think that this came from payload? Because the only page I see here is that posts, media, team members. Okay, so it's using that to drive that page. Interesting. Okay, that's fine. Volunteer. So it made these collections itself. So we can create our own collections. Can we create our own collections from here? Nope. Oh, that's not what we wanted. what was it? Dylan .mulroy@gmail, and then the password was foobarbaz69. Yeah. All right, we can come through here and we can clean this up later, but I think this feels pretty good. I want to do a code audit yet. Vim. Let's see here, apps. So this is just creating, okay, I see what that's doing. So I can design this for them. Okay, I understand what that's doing, payload. So this is nice too, I think, that like, whoa. What did that say it wanted? The Next.js generate export should have a return type of promise metadata. Sure. Sure. All right, so the admin panel looks pretty good. Let's check the actual Astro app now. That's fine. Our index page. Yep. That looks fine. We can probably launch these in parallel. Let's make that promise. That delete word, delete word, delete word. And then we can say const homepage service and testimonial equals promise. Oh wait, promise dot all. And homepage promise, service promise. No reason to waterfall that. Wow, this thing just straight up created its own icons. That's hilarious. Thank you for the follow, Raster Beast. Astro.props. I don't know how Astro.props works, but we're going to want to move a lot of this into the CMS, but I think we're far enough along here that get published posts. Yep. Okay, that looks good. Our story. Okay, sure. This seems fine. Renders, that seems fine. Okay, this seems like decent for me to show what I want to. This must translate into astro.props. So if I go look at hero, if we go look at hero section, I bet we get astro.props and then data has, yeah, that matched up. Yeah, okay. Testimonials. Yeah. Okay. I wonder, have you used open code? I used it a while back. I just have gotten so used to Claude Code that I just haven't taken the time to try it again. All right, let's, I'm gonna go ahead and push this to Git. We don't need to be on Vafi's profile. Create new repository. Dan Yell House. Is that how you spell Danielle House? Danny. That looks weird, right? Danny Ellie. There we go. I want this to be private. We'll say Batman. That probably added node modules, but I don't really care. Actually, we might already have a git ignore in here. Oh, we do. Great. Perfect. Git push. All right, so now we should have our repo here. This should be private. Great. I don't know why that got in there, but whatever. Great. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. All right. I'm going to go make coffee, and then we are going to new session. We'll call this Mulroy.recipes. Why did that crash? Tmux new session command. Using command mode / palette in Tmux via new session detached. I guess I have to name it. So let's try that again. We come up here and we should be able to do into there, new session -s, and we'll say Mulroy.recipes. There we go. And we'll name this Mulroy.recipes. That'll be the repo. Let's go to personal ls, and we'll grep for recipe. We might already had something started. Nope. So we'll do make dir mulroy dot recipes and change into there. And we'll say BRB making coffee, then starting a new live store app. All right, chat, I'll be back in like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 minutes. We'll edit the stream title and we'll say building a family recipe app with live store effect and CF workers. All right, I will be right back. All right, we're so back. Oh, thank you for the raid, y'all. Super appreciate it. Let me get up my... Thank you, Allie, if you're still around. Not sure if you raid and ran, but appreciate you. All right. Let's get started here, shall we? I am going to be making a app, an app for my family to use to share recipes. And the idea is that we'll each have our own subdomain. So I'll have like Dylan.Mulroy .recipes. And, you know, my sister would have Morgan.Mulroy.recipes. And then just Mulroy.recipes would be like kind of the hub of like what people have parsed and, you know, recently cooked or commented on. So that's what we're going to get started on. Unfortunately, not OCaml, Shreyas. Sorry. Although I did, what is the main idea behind having subdomains? I don't know. I just think it's cool. That's it. Unfollow blocked reported. I did just start a cool. I was making coffee. I found this library that you would probably appreciate, Shreyas. It's built on top of EIO and the effect system in a Camel 5. And like the syntax looks, the API looks pretty good here. Looks pretty dope. All right, let's get started. We're running bun, so let's just do, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. We're going to bun everything installed here. Yeah, we're gonna wanna update versions. So bun, I never remember if it's upgrade or update. Okay, great. Okay, bun update. This should update our dependencies. That's suspicious, right? You can update this. Don't really care about Lewis snip. Snacks. I gotta go check what's changed in snacks at some point one of these mornings. We can probably delete the bun lock. Do that. Let's go check the versions of Live Store that are out. Version 3. Okay, so that is the most recent. Recent? All right, maybe we're good. Does How did Johannes end up doing effect? I don't know what version of effect. He must have it pinned to 315.2, which we can probably go look at live stored depths. That's probably what we want. So if we go to node modules, let's go to effect, and looks like I can probably just import from effect because it's in node modules. I probably don't need to explicitly install it. $315.2. Okay. Yeah, doesn't that, Shreyas? It looks like a really nice. It looks, the API I kind of like better than Dream. Ah, fuck. All right, so we got that bun dev. All right. So let's go ahead and open another terminal here, make that smaller, run bun dev. Thank you for the follow, Pete the Solid Baguette. Appreciate you hanging out. All right, so we must be running like mini flare or something. So we're using a durable object for WebSockets, D1. Okay, so we're running on this. Let's pop that open over here. And we should see, great. We see that. Oh, 6001. Oh, nice. Look at that. Okay, I dig it. I want to get there's really good dev tools for this, so I want to figure out how to get those installed up front. Yeah, let's find the dev tools. Dev tools. How do I install? Requires the package to be installed. All right, let's check that. Let's go ahead and vim package JSON and see what we have here. Adapter web. We do have the dev tools here. Okay. Thank you for the follow, Rasm Tech. Okay. So let's see if it updated our Vite stuff automatically. Live store dev tool plugin. Okay, that looks good. And then we want the Chrome extension. Go here. And we'll download this. And the instructions are unzip. Where do I have the tilde? I never remember my keyboard for tilde. Oh my God. There it is. Download / live store dev tools. And we want to put that into / vendor. And then we can change into vendor list, and we can unzip live store dev tools. Great. Live store dev tools. Great. And we want to go here. Chrome. And probably developer mode. All right, so we've got that. So now we should be able to see the dev tools. All right, let's restart the server. That should be installed. Shouldn't that be installed? Live store DevTools Vite at live store DevTools Vite. Why is it my, there we go. Consider updating to node 16. If I make this MTS, does that fix it? No. There we go. Fixed it. Okay. So we should have DevTools now on here. I guess we can get rid of. Oh, it's not running. Run dev. Okay. Why is that happening? Port. We need to kill 8787. And now let's rewrite. All right, so we're listening there. All right. How do I get these dev tools open? Anyone know how to do this? Because I can't figure it out. It like says... Mm-hmm. So that's React. More tools. Maybe it's in here. It should show up here. Oh, I might have installed the wrong version. Hold on. I need it to be, it needs to match the version of Live Store I'm using. So let me, what version of Live Store am I on here? We are on 0.3.1. So we want 0.3.1. Yeah, right here. That's what we wanted. Latest. I'm a silly goose, chat. So let's come here and we're going to, yeah, I did skill issue myself. For surezies. Up. And then we'll copy that one dot slash here. And we'll unzip that, and then we'll remove star.zip. And we'll come over here, and we'll go to manage extension, and we will my extensions remove load unpacked. That guy there, select. All right, let's refresh down there. Shit. All right, we're gonna try. I would have assumed it would have showed up there. I have no idea why that just... All right, let's try closing arc. All right. There we go. Live store. Let's go. Oh, come on. I was sponsoring it. I'll sponsor it again. All right. Yeah, that's what I thought. There we go. Now we got the dev tools. Look at how good these dev tools are. All right, so we have UI state. We have... Nice. Got that. Schema hash, queries, events. So this should probably be, yep, pushing that. Nice. That does a remote sync. Data browser, UI state, live store. We have our events here. This is sick. We can just query SQLite right here. Tell me that's not fire. So we can come in here. We can also like, can we refresh here? Can we push this? I should be able to like sync this. How do I do this? If I refresh here, does it load that one? Oh, it's putting the store ID. Fine, I'll turn on, there you go. I did, in fact, it looks like break the DevTools. It's because I have these extra like stores. Yeah, here we go. So I should be able to come in here and do like, is this the same store I'm looking at? No. Okay, so it doesn't seem to like doing that. Let's go here, kill that again. So we want to be on the E6. We should be able to come in here and like create a new one. I don't know if I can push into this. Select star from UI state, I think. Yeah, look at that. It's pretty sick. And then what is our other collection? Is it tables? I don't know how tables. I don't know what the command is for SQLite to see tables. Data browser to-dos. All right. So we come in here and we say data model recipes. Boom. Can I not update that here? Okay. Here's the entire event log. All the events that went. And really, I think I could technically open up another window and grab this. If I understand how this works correctly. Oops, that's not what I want. Do this. And if we put these side by side. Whoops. Yeah. And then we come here, we look at application, or we go to live store, we should see like all those, yep. Okay, this is, yeah. What up, Davey? Here's our full event log. I wonder what happens if I do, okay, so it's from the top. Okay, so this is making sense on how this works. And this should be persisting to like, I don't know how Wrangler runs locally. There's probably data in here. Yeah, right there's a SQLite database and it's getting persisted to that. Damn. All right. So let's go to Excalibur and do some planning here. Start drawing. I can delete some of these. This was domain search cache. That's the whole flow of domain search. Nice. We can delete this. We can delete this. We can delete this. We can delete this. What is this? We'll hold on to this because I think we're gonna remake this. This is what powers my Twitch stream. And we'll come here and let's rename this. This will be mulroy.recipes. And mulroy.recipes. Okay, so we want, let's get a text box under that, and we'll start here, and this will be, let's say this is going to be features. Put that there, get another text box, and we'll make this medium. We want subdomain per family member, e.g. Dylan.mulroy.recipes, Morgan.mulroy.recipes. Mulroy.recipes is it's like a activity feed of all family members. We want to paste recipe links and parse with AI. We want recipe rankings. Comments. We want to be able to fork recipes. Plus, e.g. make changes. We want AI-assisted recipe creation. We want the concept of like a cooked meal, cooked/made meal goes to activity feed. What else do we want? Instructions/recipe lists. Create shopping list. Calories would be good. Calories, cook time. Favorites. Recommend to family. Feature. E.g. I made this, you should try it. Yeah. It seems like a pretty good list, yeah? So we need to start data modeling this. I don't have a ton of time left today, but with Live Store, you basically want to model it as event sourcing. Yeah, I'm gonna open source this. So we're gonna do it with effect, and it'll be good. It'll be good. One per workspace. How do you designate that? Is events materializers, state SQLite materializers, events? Where does events come from? Where events? Okay, there. Tables. Duh, okay, I see what's happening here. For a given user, so state must be like an individual SQLite store, I'm guessing. Member table, yep. Workspace, member insert, yep. Yep. This makes sense. So these are the events. Now I want to figure out querying. Here we go, state SQL queries. LiveStore provides a schema definition language. Yep. That makes sense. Materializers are used to map events to state. Okay, that makes sense. Queries. LiveStore also provides a small query builder for the most common queries. The query builder automatically derives the appropriate results schema internally. So that's our table. Raw SQL queries. Query DB. How does it? Oh, it takes it from a table. Okay. Yep. Okay, that's good. Materializers are functions that allow you to write. Yep. That's good. Oh, I can run an effect. Nice. Okay. Okay, I like it. I like it. Live store relies on the following to be available: DSQLite, enable bytecode vtab. I have no idea what that means. Okay. Okay. So let's dive into the code here and go look at live store query schema. So let's start with like a recipe schema, and we'll just reference the existing stuff and delete it later. Recipe schema.ts, and we'll put that there. We'll do a v-split, go to the old one. So we know we need the concept of, we probably want to store per user for their own recipes. Like we probably want to have it so recipes can be private or like draft, right? It seems like a smart thing to do. Let me pop this back open. Let's just write some notes out here. Recipes can be private, public. Recipes can be drafts or published and versioned, I guess. Maybe versioning. A scenario. I really like the idea of forking recipes. All right, so I want to rotate this, and to start, we want, let's say we have shared tables, right? This is kind of how that example worked. Export const tables. We want users, right? We definitely want users. And we'll grab state.SQLite.table. And in here, this is going to need a name. Name will be users. And our columns will have we're gonna have yeah, we'll use an ID. State dot, we'll use a UID for this stuff. I'm a big fan of UIDs. Dot text, and what do we got in here? Default. To be primary key is true. And let's go ahead and install bun add ULID. And let's go up here and we'll add ID.ts. And we'll come in here and we'll say export const, we'll make this namespaced. Export const ID, and this will be a object that's as consted, and we'll come here and we'll say create ULID, and this will be a function that returns a ULID. So this will just return a string. We can come here. Why can't I make this screen full? There we go. And we'll come in here and just say return ULID. Is this not installing? How do you know when to use SQLite versus Postgres and something else? LiveStore is built on top of SQLite, so that decision's kind of made for me. But SQLite is really good for like, if you can, I like trying to replace Redis where I can with SQLite. So if you have some sort of app and data collection that can deal with some degree of latency and eventual consistency, and you can sync a SQLite database to the server, the pod, the worker, whatever that you're working on, you can get like insanely fast lookups with SQLite, like nanosecond level lookups. That's what I really like using SQLite for. Terso is also starting to, they're rewriting SQLite, and what the hell is happening here? Why can't I install? Here we go. Three. And then I want to do a create id dot. Let's just rename this to ULID, and then this will be id dot user, and this will just do id will return user underscore id dot ULID. Okay, and we'll probably want like recipe in here too, which will do this same thing, rec, and that'll have that id dot ULID do that. Dissolve. Okay, and then we can go back over here. Let's see, we want to go to this, and we can give this a default now. This will have, does this take a thunk? I bet. Where's default? Any? Can I give this thing a function? id dot user. Dang. That's not quite what I want. Because I assume if we go into here, I want to find the implementation for how default gets used. I kind of want to make that able to be a function. How to cook at home? Nice. See, the way I would do the architecture with durable objects is that I would keep all users' data. I think a database per user is a bad idea. And like you can't get aggregations. So the way I would do things is I would probably do like a durable object per user per colo. And then on connection to that durable object, I would go to R1 or D1, whatever. I forget. I always mix up the two. Whatever the distributed SQLite is, and that distributed SQLite would be my core database, and I would sync the distributed database with the local, so you have really fast cache hits. And then I would set up like an alarm to periodically sync back writes from the local SQLite to R1. Then you still get the aggregations. Then you get like the experience of having like a database per user and a durable object per user. But when you need to have all your data in one place and do like aggregations over all your users and stuff, it's synced back to the core database. Now, obviously, there's consequences to that with eventual consistency. But if you have an app and requirements that can work around or work with eventual consistency, I think it's a really powerful pattern. Let's quit out of this. Where am I here? So I can't pass that. This is surely not lazy, so we can't give this a default. That's annoying. I'm gonna cut a ticket on live store, and issues, feature request, allow I want to do allow dot star default to accept a thunk for lazy. I would like to be able to pass a function /thunk to the default parameter of SQLite columns. TypeScript. Maybe we'll open a pull request for this tomorrow. If we do this, we come in here and we just say default is id.user. What's up?
This is your reminder that you should take a break and eat.
Yeah, no, I'm wrapping up in a minute because I have a meeting in 30 minutes.
You have a meeting?
Yeah.
Who are you?
This would impact at live store /live store. nice to have. Sure. Great. See above. We'll probably take a shot at implementing this tomorrow. Soon. Great. Put it under says the. That would be funny. We probably want like name, which would be state.sqlite.text, and nullable will be false. Subdomain, we'll do the same thing here. We'll have timestamps. So updated at state.sqlite. Do we have dates? Datetime. Take that. What options do we have here? Nullable is false. Created at is state.sqlite.datetime. Nullable false. You probably want an email. Email state.sqlite. Does it have special data structures here? Yeah. Text. Nullable false. Can I put unique? Can I add indexes? This takes a what? All right, so it takes, how do I create an index here? State.sqlite.index. How do I do indexes? Is it just a string? State.index. Index. Index. How do I create an index? Okay, here we go. Name, unique email, and we'll say unique is true, and we'll come here, and this needs to be column email. Changed around that with that. There we go. Boom. And we also want to do the same thing with subdomain. Subdomain. Whoops. And we'll say change to there, subdomain. Okay. So we'll want that. And then let's quickly do like a recipe. Share tables, and we'll do recipes. Oh, this is actually going to be more than I was thinking. So let's just model a TypeScript type here first, and we'll translate it to SQL tomorrow. Type recipe. So we'll have an ID string created by. We'll have a string. In fact, that would be like a user. We'll say type user for now. Actually, we'll just call that user ID. We're going to use a lot of branded types here. Recipe ID. Created by, forked by, and that will be user ID. We can say parent forked. Well, the forked by, that can just be forked ID. And this will functionally make we'll have like basically a linked list. We'll say this has a name, string, description, string, created by, we'll have timestamps, and updated at, and then we'll want visibility. Visibility will be like public or private. And we want a status probably. So we'll have a status, and this will be draft or published, and we'll soft delete. So we'll have deleted at. And then this will have like ingredients. Ingredients, which will be an ingredient. And we'll create one of those. Description, we probably want cook time. You can have like a meta field, and this will be recipe meta. Type recipe meta data. And this will be like cook time. No, we can put this on the root level. There's not really a reason to put that nested, right? We'll say cook time, be a number. And we'll say milliseconds. And it'll be instructions. And for instructions, we'll have recipe step. recipe instruction, I guess. Instruction. Do we want it to be step? Instructions or steps? Ingredients. We want a rating. Hi, backup. I don't think so. Is the keyboard too loud? Is it annoying? Or is it good? Is like all the audio good? Heck. No, my letters don't fall down anymore. I don't think. I lost it. That was on my... Maybe I do? Hold on. That would be in... I think I had to rewrite my tmux config a couple months ago, and it's, yeah, I don't have it anymore. We probably want comments. Right? Something like this. This can probably have like a source, right? Like a source would be like a website. This could be like manual. This could be URL. This could be AI generated or AI. A good feature would be like taking a picture. OCR. Let's add that to our feature list. I should. We want to close this. OCR recipes. Yeah, we'll come through and make this good. All right, I think this is a good place to stop for now. And we'll work on translating this tomorrow, and then we'll see if we can submit that PR to Johannes and contribute a little bit. Yeah, I don't care. You can fork it. Fork or contribute, yeah. I'll publish this, publish it soon. All right, y'all. I'm going to wrap up. I've been streaming for allegedly 5 hours almost. Yeah, it's Arc browser. We're gonna go watch Eduardo do some OCaml. I'll be back tomorrow morning, y'all. Have a good one. Appreciate y'all hanging out.